Alright. I think we're good. Okay. Everything's good to go so far. Saw something was happening outside. Twitch activity feed. Let's tools. No, I can actually view docs. Chat. View docs. Stream info. Alright, we're good to go now. Okay. So, welcome to everyone that's watching. Today, we're gonna be doing the final chapter of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I don't know how long the chapter is. If anyone knows how long the chapter is, please put it in the chat. But I'm planning on finishing it today. Hopefully it'll last me not too long. But anyway, let's get into it. Let me pull up here. Alright. Let's get this show on the road. Turnabout Succession. From chapter start, let's go. And that is the whole truth of this case. Quite long, has a lot of moving parts. Okay, oh, 30 to 50 minutes. Okay, that's not too bad. Oh, someone died in the Matrix. In order to understand it myself, I need to know the story of these last 7 long years. By the way, is the audio okay? Alright, fantastic. Nothing happens by chance. All is connected. And now, you stand ready to begin the final chapter of this story. I also love being shot. Oh, who is that? Will the defendant be found guilty or innocent? The decision is yours. Oh, it's great. Stop. Oh, we're back in here. Hey, Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kind of busy. Whoa, look at that. He's the last Grammarly, alright? Amazing. Apollo, you should be watching this. Ow, ow, what? What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Well, you're supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, you know. I want to vacuum pack the feel of the moment for later. Right now, I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Elvis appeared. That's right, Uncle Valen did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. Yo, we're getting some new follows in here. That's pretty nice. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth. Happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum? Hey, that's where the Gaviners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary True Grammarly is performing for the first time in 7 years. It's gonna be great, I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grammarly's. If Shrewsbury's real father was still alive, he'd to be on that stage performing some miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Ah, you're here, working hard or hardly working. Hey, how you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I want to hear from my old kid, though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Do Ace Attorney music in general are just constant bangers? Yay, pudding, I love pudding. Ooh, it's farm fresh, and not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups. I'll have to pace myself. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy, you're on a top secret mission. You gotta take it easy with the secrets, you know? How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is? Maybe it's time. It has something to do with you anyway. Huh? With me? Ooh, maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the juris system, yes? The juris system? That's right, the new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Maybe? Maybe not as many people are talking about as I thought. The juris system, huh? So, Daddy, what's this juris system thing? Well, Tristan, you know what a jury is? Well, I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty? Do you know Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. Ah, there will only be 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully people will start taking the course a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and Mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot? Hey! So, what is this secret mission? The juris system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion, and they just talk and nothing is decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. Yo, Trucy kind of described Twitter, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. Test if you want. I don't like tests. We'll take a case as a sample and choose 6 jurors. I'll be the one helping with the process, incidentally. Helping? How? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the juris system simulated court committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurors candidates, even the judge in the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. Trial simulation, that is. A simulation, huh? Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of the new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. As a case is always are in Ace Attorney. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said I had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway, no sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence, the most serious in a worst-case scenario. You mean, the verdict's for real? That's not a test trial, that's a real trial! All the forms have been filed, there's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 AM. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there is a change this morning. I picked a new case. Something that happened last night. Alright, so what case are you gonna use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm gonna be defending, aren't I? If all goes well, then yes, of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. Blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Oh. Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose, I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good. That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend... You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Paulo. If I'm in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility. For good or for bad. Just do what you can. And don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright. I'd recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said he couldn't talk to anyone involved. Oh, you can talk to your client. If you can get her to talk. Well, time's a-wasting. Wait, actually, let's talk about Val and Gremory first. Hey, Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission. But what about this? The True Gremory Grand Magic Show? Huh? Oh, right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth will collide. So what? That's 3 whole days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Valen. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with you? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow regardless. I don't trust us. He knows something he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose you wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Ah, Gremory. That reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that silk hat the Gremory seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great. But today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Huh? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's a Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee, so it's plastic! I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. Huh? You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why not just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Gremories, huh? Very interesting. Hold on, I need to plug my Twitch in a few more locations for a quick moment. Don't mind me. Okay, let's go. Move to the detention center. That's 20 minutes with me waiting here. 20 minutes! Maybe I should complain? I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you? Oh, guard! Is our client gonna be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Huh? Where'd you come from? Well, anyway, please have a seat. Defense attorney good, prosecutor bad. Yep. That's pretty much Ace Attorney in a nutshell. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence, it builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. passed out! Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's magic panties, Apollo. Alright, let's talk to this mysterious lady. Hi. Well, I'm in your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So, what's your name? Oh, right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, just getting more fast. Hey, I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney, after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day, this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself here. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little better now. Despair? Despair? You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing your nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. This is the love letter we passed from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and address. The name is Vera Misham? The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Drew Studio. Wow, this looks like... It looks like a studio. It's like life imitating art, or maybe it's the other way around. But the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Yeah, it looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. Is that a pufferfish? Huh? Apollo, look at this one. Looks half finished. You still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd, the rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. Oh, wow. All three paintings are evidence. Okay. All the paintings have a really different style, too. Ah, I thought I might find you two here. Emma, long time no see. Oh, seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here, too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So Mr. Wright chose you, huh? We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham. And his daughter was put under arrest. Yeah, we just saw her at the detention center. It was funny, though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning? That's how it was done, you know? Because poisoning is a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman. Poisoning? Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you'd be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around. Which means we could better find out as much as we can here at the scene. Or else. Alright, let's take a look-see here. We got... What's this on the ground? Yeah, Apollo, that's where the body was. That's the spot where Mr. Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm getting 3-3 flashbacks. There's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Or maybe he started it a year ago and was procrastinating. Ah, that's the victim's coffee mug. Aha, so the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poisoned mug of coffee. I would hope so. Poisoned coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. Right? Dude, snackoos actually sound really good. What? I forgot what snackoos even look like. But aren't they just like chocolate Cheetos or something? I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests? Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup. So the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Oh, okay. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know how they're so thick? Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are. Yeah, and what's going on with this half-finished one? Must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I notice. That is weird. How about this bucket? Never mind. This painting here looks like a work in progress, but the rough sketch part doesn't fit the other parts. I know, very peculiar. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Mission would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Oh, there's a hidden fourth painting! Hey, there's a painting hidden back here. Hey, you're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and he didn't want anyone to see it? He certainly seemed pleased by the possibility. Huh, it's so normal. It's hardly something to get mad about. Huh? What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like... Never mind. I better get a professional opinion on this. It's literally... Just say it's the same. Oh, wait, whoa. I didn't realize it could go to the right. Hold on. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Yo, let's take a look at this wooden room. Something about the way that figure's posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I'm a professional. I wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So this is Drew Mission, and this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Uh-huh. Right. How about the quill? Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen? But it doesn't have a point in it. That was most likely for sweeping the detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly what about that was bold or scientific? Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. What is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. He had me going for a while there. What about the open drawer? This envelope has been opened and resealed. Ooh, I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to steam. The glue melted and opens. Cool, huh? Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right, looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. Huh? The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter and seal it again? I better hang on to this. It's this ominous red envelope. I think that's all for the desk. I don't like the way this thing looks. I don't like the way that looks. I'm just gonna ignore it. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. You can repaint your suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? There'll be enough of that, thanks. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was ready to work on metals and wood too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I'd say he hasn't used this stuff for years. This quarter doesn't fit well with the rest of the studio. Oh, do you think I could borrow this? I wanted to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Trucy, but these cost like 50 bucks at the magic shop. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? What, is he an architect too? Yeah, this is very true. Like, what is all this, like... What's all this for? Alright, let's see. What can we do? Microscope? Is this... Oh, I already examined that. How about this? Nope. Nope. How about the computer? Nope. Okay. So can we move anywhere? Doesn't look like it. What if we present something to Emma or examine stuff? I'm gonna examine this mug. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... Better ask him. Oh, right. Have I even talked to her? I haven't. So this, Drew Mission was some kind of artist? Apparently. Did a lot of illustrations for books, I hear. Had a lot of female fans, too, for what it's worth. Oh, well, I guess this stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. Huh? So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird in this show. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in his studio, apparently. His only connection to the outside world was through letters he put in that letterbox there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Mission. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. Oh, you mean a killer? A suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Mission's and Vera's, basically. Basically? Actually, last night, Mr. Mission gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. His first interview ever? Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? Let's, like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious painters who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happens that he died the night of his first interview? At around 9 PM every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill. And died? She poisoned him on the night of his interview? Wouldn't the reporter see? He wasn't near Mr. Mission when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. How about the defendants instead? So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? Yep, a real sickly girl, ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she'd die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave, but she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm? Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Yo, I wish League of Legends players had that. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So, about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely? What does that mean? She touched grass! You need to see for yourself, I think. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Oh, I was supposed to whisper that? My bad. Well, I was thinking. I mean, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do scientifically? You know me too well. Okay. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? Oh, I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. How about this? About this mug. There's a pale blue residue on the rim. Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug? That's right. See? It wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison analysis. I was afraid you were going to ask about that. See, this solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found in the autopsy. Uh-oh, I know that's sparking her eye. She's getting excited. Best tread, like... It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Oh, and guess what? Recent research has shown... That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please? You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Ah! What are you doing? I'll just see if it got a reaction on me. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Dude, I want to know the gory details too. Tell that to those hapless witnesses on the stand. Let's just get down to checking for real poison, shall we? Okay, I don't think there's anything here. How about this place? Oh, whoops. Am I supposed to find something here? Or is this just a test run? I think this might just be a test run. Too bad. No reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out, just to be sure. What? I literally... Okay, whatever. Yeek! A reaction, Apollo! Where? The inside of that cute little frame, look. Wow, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? Looks like we found the only other place that was poisoned in any case. Alright, hold on. Alright, apologies about that. I had to check some messages. Okay, let's go to... Coliseum. Woohoo! This is it, Apollo. The place where magic and dreams converge. Just a while ago was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valent. What about the case? Ha 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 ha. Boy, performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hope we meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Teehee, Uncle Valent, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you've come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck, and congratulations on your bit magic show. Oh, but it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as I shall perform. Yeah, you're amazing. Get the picture. The world will watch us in wonderment as Magnifi's illusions are reborn, here on stage by my hand. I bet he uses deodorant in stick form. Yeah. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grammary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? It's Trucy, I must apologize. The show and this honor should have been his. Daddy, my co-magician in training, Zach Grammary. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If you were alive, then I, Valent Grammary, would have been proud to stand upon his stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valent. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifi's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifi Grammary, was a true deity among magicians. A creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw him, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grammary troop secrets, it falls to me to provide one. It is my god-given destiny. Yes, you nameless face who speaks for the nameless masters. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold out for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land? I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years? That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? McAfee's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick if you will. That trick was considered his property and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe? McAfee knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, he was your father. Zach Gramery was the inheritor of the Gramery miracle. And yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where the story's going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled-up sleeves conceal your confidence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Ah, yes, Miss Trucy. Though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time. Your father was legally declared deceased, in the absence of a formal will. The secrets of our mighty mentor McAfee passed to me. This was, in fact, stipulated in the will by McAfee himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. He really did wait for the copyright to expire. Back to Drew Studio. Oh, I forgot to... what does it say? Apollo, look, it's been opened once here. Right, I wonder if there's some way we can see what's inside. Should I try to get it open and stick it back shut? Let's not tamper with the evidence, shall we? I've got a better idea. Emma, let's ask her. Right, we gotta ask Emma about everything. She knows everything. Emma, about this... Oh, that. Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed? That's a first. You mean, you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. Ah, you mean you were the one who ripped this open? Please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Note that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for information gathering. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her more. About that envelope you found, I was wondering if you could help us out with the tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray? Like the X-rays you get at the dentist? That's right. At least that's what I call it. It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So, basically it lets you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right, you're sharp, Trucy, but it's a bit more complicated than that, in practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Yo, what's up, Renas? Can I try it out, Emma, please? Oh, I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Thank you, I hope it's fine. Here, what are you doing? Oh, just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an X-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens that I have a lottery ticket here. You see the sample in the device. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view? You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope. Now see. Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial there for me, would you? That's right, that's how you choose what depth you want to scan. Hey, I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the ticket inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that a sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray detector uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.05 microns. Breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit, if you would. And if you would stop adjusting the screen, that would be great. Image you mean rub on the screen? Okay, let's rub on the screen. There, that fixes the image on the screen. Now turn the dial again, just a little. Good, now you can rub this image to fix it too. Hey, I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly, not bad. Neat, let's do some more. Stream Genshin? I'm not sure. I'm probably just gonna play the final chapter of this game today. I don't know about the future. Maybe in the future. Okay, let's print this one out. Does this mean I have to buy another one to win? Well, it's Emma's ticket. Let her buy another one. It's okay, there's no need. But see, this is the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat, huh? Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Alright, I got this. Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham, I've deposited the $100,000 in the designated something. Please send the receipt. Something once you are confirmed once you've confirmed the transfer. In the designated account. Someone deposited $100,000 into Mr. Misham's account? His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're gonna read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page, then. Signed papers and sending this the sealed envelope or the something on enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within something days. I need not remind you to speak of this to me to no one. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy, though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for the story of the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you because he's going to be a witness tomorrow on here. I thought so. I'll never forget that face, but what was his name? Oh, right. Brushel. Brushel? He's after a scoop to sell those papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not Trucy, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valen Gramarye by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valen Gramarye. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Thank you. I'm gonna go now to the Coliseum. What's this? Camera lens fight? Which they close to? I guess he's freelance, he'll have to. Maybe you should try being a prosecutor and defense attorney. You always win. Why not become a rock star too long? Okay, that's just... I mean, with Apollo's cords of steel, he could be Clavier's successor. Campaign, found at your studio. Hey Apollo, this painting, I know it. Huh? Really? It's that story where the old woman is doing a wash in the river, and this giant peach comes a-floating on down. And that might possibly be the strangest thing I've ever heard. Oh, look at this painting. You can see the rough sketch. Oh, looks like it was only half completed. Huh? That's funny. Did the rough sketch and the finished painting look totally different to you? I think you've mentioned that like 5 different times already. So a journalist was here on a story? All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell emits when he smiles, yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Valen's vision is always towards tomorrow. Valen's footsteps always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes? I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died, what of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Gramarye. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I've recommended he visited that place popular with penalized perpetrators. The detention center? He was a rude individual. Can I see that card? Sure. He would tear apart my respectability? I will tear apart him. Ooh, here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Valen's big magic trick. Is he gonna fix the card? I'm not sure to call because it's big magic. What happened to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for it to stay ripped? He must have really not liked that journalist. Sorry, no explosion. Okay, so in that case, let's go to the detention center. Ah, you're here to see Vera Mission? Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. What do I do now? Maybe I have to present a ticket to Grimmery. Sorry, I was thinking if I had any work due today. Nope. Ha 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 ha! A challenge, is it? Want me to make that disappear? Very well, give it to me. No, thanks. Are all magicians like this? Paula, what was that look just now? So, you have to make goals? Wait, like, life goals, or just like... I was just thinking about how hard it is to get any information out of a magician. Semester goals. Like, specifically for a class, or in general? Three for school and 3 for not school. Huh. I thought she'd smack Kumi or something. Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? That's not what I wanted to ask you about. You want to examine it, is that it? I'd be happy to let you if you had a good reason. But without that, sorry. I guess she wants us to do a little footwork on her own first. Oh yeah, why do people say supper and some people say dinner? Are they supposed to be the same thing? Porcupine fish. Dialect, yeah. Oh, Emma, I was wondering about this painting here. That one? What about it? Yeah, what about it, Apollo? Take a closer look at it. Both of you. Now, look at this one. This is the third painting he was working on. Hey, they're the same. I was hoping you wouldn't find that. You're right, though. Your mission was copying this painting. Wow, it's pretty good. Copying a painting? What for? Yo, Twitter artists. I'm joking. That was a joke. I'm sorry. Wasn't talking about Twitter artists in general. I was talking about, like, you know, the tracers. You know the tracers. Like that one dude who created the Fairy Odd Parents. Bitch Fartman. I think that was his name. Anyway. Gamer. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Haha, why that bears the Gremory seal? Uncle Valent, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy? My partner Zach No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy, it's kind of stretching the whole archaic thing, I think. The signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Gremory. What? Daddy signed this? Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now, the time has come where I must return to make my preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valent. They're 3 days from now. Make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valent react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. Wait, is that thing on the ground the remains of the letter? Or is that something else? That'd be kind of funny. Oh, birds, right. I forgot birds existed. Alright, I need to get water really fast. I'll be right back. Oh, damn it, I don't have water. Okay, I'm back. Yo, what's up, Garrett? Well, for something not school-related, maybe you could do something about, like, health. Maintaining good health. We're all doing it for the money, end quote. Already got one for that? No, not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter? Oh, what the hell? Hey there, how you doing? Who might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice, you? You know me? Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans, end quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? Ooh, you're Trucy. Am I famous? Oh yeah, Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties, end quote. That's so not true. Just hold on to your beaches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview? So, Guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with it. You deal with it. Did you come here to interview the guard? Ooh wee, what a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk, had to interview someone or go plumb crazy, end quote. Huh. I should have guessed. Where are my manners? Name's Brushel, Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes, writes, end quote. What's that nauseatingly strong mint smell every time he grins? That's how you've been interviewed by me. You don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem madness, end quote. I didn't see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. Bro, when Apollo said monkey, I realized he is built like a monkey. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist? Me? Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes? I'm the interviewer, you understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here, end quote. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Well, I think he probably does. Exactly, I knew you understand. So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio? Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes? I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy, real busy, always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets, never looks back, end quote. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. Oh, because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough, but don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly, see, it's the same thing. What is? Dude, when this music plays, like in the trilogy and like the other in this game, you know you're about to meet some weird MF. So you went to do a story on Drew Mission, and he never had a story done about him before? That's right, look, let me state one thing for the record here. What? I'm sure you're gonna want to know about my source, what tipped me off to Drew, why did they interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it! Say there's this burger joint with fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's gonna tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe? Exactly, see? That's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers, end quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. Ah, but since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I seen a movie on a trip and wandered to this burger place with amazing ketchup, when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from Art Deer's gallery, end quote, I believe it was. An oil painting? Happens every day, right? But I thought I'd seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can spell scoop better than burgers, end quote. Do you happen to be talking about this painting? Ah, right, let me go on the record here. Yes? I know what you're going to say. Brushel, take this, write brilliant column, end quote. I don't think so. Look, buddy, I write brilliant columns about one thing, and that's food. Try to understand. What could he possibly be writing? He didn't listen to a word I said. Okay. How about this? This is food. Never mind. How do I make this guy go away? So I guess I have to come back with food or something? Bro, that dude's just weird. I'm waiting. Oh, new event. Well, how'd it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. What's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but I'm not telling face you got going, Emma? Wait, what was I gonna show her? Move back to True Studio. Is there something I'm missing? talk option. I don't think so last time I checked. Nothing with this dude. Nothing with Wright, nothing with Emma. So, and Drew, no, not Drew, friggin', Valen, he is gone. So, I don't really know what to do at this point. Why is the pasta like that in the background? Oh, I think that's one of Shrucy's, like, props. Bro, I'm so confused. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to give Brushel something? This painting came behind that dresser. Ah, yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose. That's what you think. Drew Misham was forger. A forger? So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes? Copies of an original. Exact copies, so precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Misham was a criminal? I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries, to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like a practice for the real thing. Like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished product is going to look like after all. Oh yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. Not that I really need to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it'd be neat to see Mr. Misham's rough sketches. Kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You try burning her up, Apollo. Flatty will get you everywhere, they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. Yo, Emma, can we examine this evidence, you know, scientifically? You know what I mean? I kind of wanted you to see this rough sketch underneath this painting, and I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Oh, fine, just this time, though. Let's check it out. Oh, you could select the paintings. Nice. Okay. I guess I think we'll go this way. Wow, are those numbers like randomly generated? That's kind of cool. Whoa, looks like someone's burning. Okay, let's print this one out. More specifically, it looks like someone's rocking out and they're on fire. What the heck? Wow, he really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past, you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition? In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas. So you could tell if there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Mission was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them? Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kinda odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out the other paintings? Well, sure, you like this detection stuff, don't you? Okay, why don't we check the oil painting? Oh, that scene looks familiar. Playing cards, huh? This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me and knock yourself out. Okay, I have a bad feeling about this. What? This is the dude with the noodle? What the heck? This dude's predicting the future, bro. What the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at all these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? Or the past? What? The future or the past? Depending on, I don't know when he drew these. But that is creepy. Ah! Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room at the Boris Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then the events that transpired during the Cavender's concert. What could it mean? How could he have painted those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Mission your father? Give me a break. Does that even seem even remotely possible to you? I never even heard of Drew Mission before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him. but there were my cases, drawn on this canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this true mission? What did he have to do with me? Yo, what the heck? This is so weird. We're getting spicy. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right with the W, but not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything, please. Good morning. She speaks! Not bad, not bad, but I think you do better with a little smile, you know? You're so pretty, you need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. That's great, really. It's so cultured. Want to try? Ooh, really? Girls. The victim, Drew Mission, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in the studio. A life of crime, and maybe one that led to his death. Call me Samba murderer. Oh, hey, Clavier. Well, we will now begin your trial of Vera Misham. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking all around nervous-like. The repercussions of today's trial will most likely be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jury system, and the first step towards a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurors will function like a jury. It's hoped that their inclusion will help their courts to better reflect the people's will. Why, aren't there any jurors in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurors have access to everything that transpires. Jurors, Judge Well and Judge Cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies there, Judge. Jurors, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurors are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings. And we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Mission. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned by whom I ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Mission. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. So someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug? Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is the touch of the Reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name's Spark Brushel. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Brushel? I dislike conclusions, specifically the jumping to aspect of conclusions. Preconceptions make park sandbox of endless desert waste, end quote. But you're a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes, but you must understand, I stand before you today, a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoop turns Mr. Brushel into that Mr. Brushel, end quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, Gavin. For me, the jury is still out. I hope you guys enjoy my voice acting. I'm trying to come up with different voices for each character, but like characters like Apollo, Trucy, and Claviers kind of sound the same, but like I don't really know how to do the voices for them. I visited the studio around 9 o'clock that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the atelier, journalistic history made, end quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls, end quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. What are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you that the cameras are rolling today. I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? You do a thing like that, come on. That's like newspaper making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice. Your cross-examination, please. Alright. I'm not gonna voice act during the cross-examination, because that's just gonna be pain. Imagine just seeing a news article that just says, person dies. Okay, so one of those choices will probably modify his testimony, so I gotta make sure I pick the right one. Damn. Clavier shamelessly plugging. How about Misham's coffee? having to drink the coffee monk. Okay, but like he didn't actually drink it, did he? I think he just like. Is that really right, though? Oh wait, immediately! Wait. Nah. Brushel, you're capping. Brushel, you're capping. Cause this poison doesn't act immediately. You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Oh, Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.002 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drank that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. Wait, is atroquinine actually a thing? Wait, here, I'll put it in the chat. There is a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. Yeah, I think I searched it up like a few seconds ago, and like it says list of fictional poisons, and I'm like, damn. Imagine if it was actually a thing, like that small, like you just need a speck of atroquinine to like basically kill yourself. Anyway. An omission. Atroquinine is virulent, as he says, but that doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow-acting. Slow-acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but it does order the body. I'm not gonna voice act flashbacks. If we suppose at the moment Mr. Misham sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, that he would have still had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order! What is the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why, that contradicts the entire testimony we just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Dude, he's built like that. He's built like that one dude from The Incredibles or something. Was he from The Incredibles? That dude who was like coincidence? I think not. Dude, he's built like that guy. Slow acting. S-L-O-W-A-C-T. It was virulent, alright. Even then, it already began digging its claws into the journalist. he's working on a scoop. SCP-096. Dude, he's just an entirely, like, he's just an SCP on his own, man. It's Brushel, yeah? Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Huh? Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is vital. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion, end quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I would be forced to say off Weichderschen to... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm butchering the German words he's saying. To my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based off conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent. And you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop? Scoop? Look, wait, just a second, just 1 second. Ah, I see. Thank you, Google Translate. We're waiting, out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival recollection, end quote. A story survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I heard of poison that takes its sweet time, see? But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you noticed something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for poison is contradiction, end quote, you might say. Or, I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order, order, order! As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony, that Mr. Misham died the instant after he drank. Of course, I'm standing by my testimony, my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case, not him. Him? Phoenix Wright, who else? Brushel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You will testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. Now that I think about it, what if he was writing a suicide note? Oh, what if he was writing a suicide note? A suicide note? Yes, he had this look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation, end quote. Suicide? Poor Mr. Misham. That means Vera's innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Oh. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. Also, I just realized his eyelid, when he blinks, his eyelids move upwards instead of down. What the heck? I see his eyelids move up. That's... Dude, this dude's just an anomaly, bro. Was there anyone at the studio other... Oh wait, I don't voice act this. You're welcome. Oh, nope. Sure, add it to the testimony, why not? It was a yellow bro, are you colorblind? In a red envelope. Oh my god, what the hell are you doing with your time, man? This dude is so weird. Prosecutor Kevin. Yes? Was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but air forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. No, dude, red and yellow are literally like opposites. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Russell? I can explain that. True, right, he wanted to get that letter in an envelope, pronto. Get out of sight before my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed it near his envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction, chump? Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night, the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. Wait. Impossible. That's impossible. Ah, I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of the envelope, with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Mission. Oh? Why would he address a letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been scooped! Order, order, order! Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my, how could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots, end quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp, whatever for. Well, to me a letter, what else? And then, oh yes, I think I saw him put it in his letterbox. Yes, it was a yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with this case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if that were a suicide note. What a story. Star writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with the case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So am I finished here? Am I finished here? I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Come on! Oh, whoa. Why did it lag all of a sudden? Oh my god, it's lagging. Okay, hold on. What was that all about? Okay. Something running in the background? Apologies for the pause, everyone. It's so weird. It's lagging all of a sudden. Is my antivirus running again? Bro, why is calculator running? Dude, what is up with my device, man? Okay, it's better now. That was really weird. Okay, let me put some stuff in. Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. You know, I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. Hey, I'm the one asking the questions here. Usually. Can we use the bracelet? Actually, it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter who leverages story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to press with this story? That's how you got your interview. Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly I mean, I'm not... Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. Why happy chatting away here? What's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets one of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Man, I would love Lada to take this case. She's a lot better. She's a better journalist than whoever this guy is. Yes, I can use the bracelets. Let's go. Okay, so I gotta do the bracelet on the last statement, it seems. I'm sorry, we have to get a close-up on his teeth. I have to view his weak point. His nervous tick. One thing I love about Apollo Justice is that you can go, the witness is lying, Your Honor. Well, how do you know that? His left eye twitched slightly. Oh, it's fair enough. Either I'm looking at the wrong statement, or 9 signs that a person is lying. Am I looking at the wrong statement, or am I looking at the wrong places? Wait, but okay, yeah. But is this the right statement though? I think this is the right statement, because they're like, yo, this dude seems off. We should probably use the bracelet on him now. Wait, let me double check. This guy is full of wacky gestures, but that one just now was wackier than usual. So I think we have to use it on the last statement. I think. Man, all the other ones were so easy to find. What the heck? Either I'm looking at the wrong statement, or this is really hard to find a difference. Okay. The difference is very minute. It's hard. Okay. Oh, that's even worse. Like, wait, it's obvious once you find it, but then, like, when you're actually trying to find it, it's hard. Okay, But I'm praying to God I'm doing the right statement right now, because I don't want to go through every single statement just to find the right one, if it's gonna be hard. Okay, but, do you want a general area to look in? I'll try to find a complete myself. Okay, so what I'm thinking... Okay, so I'm just gonna narrow it down a little as best as I can. So I know it's in this statement, and I think it's gonna be the part where he says Drew's talent. So we have to find something once he says Drew's talent. Wait, am I seeing things? Oh my gosh, we forgot! I didn't remember! God damn it! Dude, am I hallucinating, or did I see his hand move by like 1 pixel? Okay, I think I'm actually just seeing things at this point. Held a what? Okay, okay, Bernie Carl, I don't know why that I don't know why you weren't allowed to send that message. Okay, dude, this is... What the heck? I don't know what... Look at literally every part of the box. That's not very helpful. Check everything? Like, what do you mean, everything? Like... Oh! Oh! I found it. Yes! I found it! Let's go! Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, he suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. What? That's ridiculous! Evidence time. Let's show our Mr. Misham's true talent lay. It just so happens I have evidence showing the talent mentioned in that letter. Okay, do I... Do I present this painting? Or the painting with a rough sketch? Yeah, dude, that dude sweated in like, I think in real time, that sweat was probably like a millisecond. So, this one? The one with the rough sketch? Oh, the hidden painting. This painting was found in Mr. Bisham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there is another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of 100 grand, which suggests a certain business operation. I'm sorry if I felt something on my... The business of making forgeries. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone, keep this private, please. This is my story, my scoop. Forgery, that's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. Another art meaning forgery? Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented in making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? Well, what? You can't seriously be talking about... Exactly. I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumors started circulating 7 years ago. 7 years ago? So, are we to understand that this letter, this payment of 100 grand was for... Exactly. Forge evidence, that's tidy profit, end quote. Order, order, order! Why, it's like our victim was living a double life. Aha, this is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal world, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about. This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here. But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was and remained simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well if you're reporting a case. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism's so solid you could stand an elephant on it, end quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what's he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brushel didn't have reasons or means to poison him. As long as there's no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera, that's why. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug, and nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Ah, shucks. You really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it. That night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She admitted as much herself. The only thing that touches Rubes during the interview is that mug. The only thing that touched him, and nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. The mailbox, but wasn't it empty? Maybe I should present it to a different... And nothing left that studio after he died, nothing. For the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness? Of course. Don't tell me. They're a mission. Believe me, any comment belief in it provided entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. But I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the scene. Wait, so you think to present the mailbox? Let's see. This is the only link between the studio and the outside world. A letterbox? What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that, and yeah, it was true. Furthermore, he went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in this letterbox. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night, the yellow envelope disappeared. Ah, yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. Huh? He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here is how the poison got into Mr. Misham. It is really important that this envelope the witness says he saw this. Is it really important that the envelope the witness says he saw disappear? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. This seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it. I still think this fails to change anything there for it. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter disappeared from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Let's see. You solved the case in your head. Alright. Alright, let me see if I can find out for myself, and if I'm stuck, I can ask you for help. A letter was put in the post in the studio, but I hardly think that matters. No, not that. 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 Maybe this? I mean, I have 4 hit points left, so I don't have a lot to lose. Okay. It's not that. Wait a minute. dead. You cannot talk to him. Then let's bring in Maya or something so we can talk to him. Okay, so he lit the stamp, but wait, how does that explain the atroquinine on the rim of the coffee? If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the killer's did. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Mission. Mr. Mission poisoned the coffee mug himself. Yeah, dude, Clavier's just goaded. All of the prosecutors are goaded. But that doesn't... does it? Recall, if you would. Atroquinine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Bushel? Uh-oh, his noise is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he'd just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps, not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove there was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of the poison stamp? Wow, this is 2 inches by 2 inches. That's a reasonable size for a stamp, right? Well, that certainly is a cute little frame, and by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection, so what? Ah, apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something? Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atroquinine residue. What? Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller. Maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying... Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps? Order, order, order! The poison stamp was in this frame? Yo, mama. Impossible! Prosecutor Gavin? Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushall? Please stop jittering around like that. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too, end quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him. Oh, Rich. That's Rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Gaviner song's lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon? Nonsense. Murder's a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Come again? Alright, good night. Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Misham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail? Now, if you wanted to kill someone, you couldn't meet, but you knew red letters. A stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. What is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Misham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Mission the stamp of death. Okay, how someone with the intent to kill. Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign a document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes wouldn't have elapsed between fixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking when the time came. He drew his last breath. And the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conveniently, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have there, forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago, yeah? Is that what you have us believe? Really? Well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope? A stamp that then became the murder weapon? How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, 7 years ago when you don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I moved to... It's not nice to pick on the Frelaine clavier. Oh, what the frick? Kristoff, where'd you come from? Oh, hey, Emma. Well, like my Kristoff Gavin impression, did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Frelaine Detective? Someone had to come dig you all out of the mess you're making out of this case. Mess? You know, none of this would happen if you just trusted in science a little more. You could find out if that stamp was in an envelope, easy. Care to explain yourself, Frelaine Detective? Glare at me all you want, but science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's a troponine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why did this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Mission figured it out. Figured what out? He realized that the person who sent that letter wanted him dead. So he sent his reply with a different stamp. And put his decisive evidence in the frame. Hold it! Hold it! You're still here? Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razor Tooth Brushel, claim this scoop as mine. True Mission killed in cold blood. By sender of 7-year-old letter, end quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay, end quote. Dude, just get him out of here, bro. Order, order, order,
I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife, end quote.
Uh-oh, I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge.
I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant.
Apollo, I think we just won.
Very well. This court finds the defendant.
Oh, come on. Are you serious? Is this the bright future of our legal system?
Prosecutor Gavin?
A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago? Tickets for Gaviner shows are invalid after 2 weeks.
But it doesn't make sense any other way.
It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in Airforehead's claim.
A contradiction?
A poison stamp was placed in his envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emma explained that he must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed the trap and put the stamp in the frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question. Why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot? Bro, he forgot. Put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot? You expect us to believe he's spraying the trap on himself?
While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years.
Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. Snap back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp? Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atrocanine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atrocanine residue. But Airforehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your precious poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham never would have used it. That is all.
I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again.
Apollo, were we wrong the whole time?
I can't believe it.
The poison traces match up. It can't be coincidence.
I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atrocanine of the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene, on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with the poison stamp on it.
Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Misham, knowing this, put it in a frame, he never would have used that stamp.
I'm afraid you're right, which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case.
I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atrocanine, the envelope, the frame, and Drew Misham's mysterious death, they're all connected somehow.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us?
The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake. Ah, fake clue? Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable, you know? The fake clue that's thrown us off the poison's trail is none other than... Well, I don't think we'll get penalized for this, so...
The victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand.
I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself. Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake? One forger smelt the trap. One forger fell into the trap. That's 2 forgers, and one of them was a fake. Faker. So you're telling us that Drew Mission, the victim, was a fake? Well, if we was the fake, who was the real forger? You better not be claiming there was some kind of switcheroo.
There's an imposter among us.
I'm afraid you're gonna have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Mission was. If Drew Mission wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Mission was himself a forgery. The real forger was... Okay, so it was only Drew Misham, there was only Spark Brushel, and then there was Vera. It's not Drew Misham, because that wouldn't make any sense. And... Dude, Mr. Brushel looks too... Dude, he is built like freaking... I don't even know. I don't think he would be able to forge the appearance of Drew Misham with his current face. So it could only have been the defendant? I mean, not valid because like he wasn't even there, so there can only be one explanation, really. I think I safe stated. The real identity of the forger known as Drew Misham is none other than his only daughter, Vera Misham.
Order, order, order! Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you.
I kinda agree. I mean, Vera a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Hold on.
Well, actually, that does make a certain kind of sense.
One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Misham's and Vera Misham's. If we know that Drew Misham wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Misham. Well... Fascinating.
Vera Misham? You've been paying attention to the trial so far?
Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger, Drew Misham? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me, though they usually talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes.
So the forger, Drew Misham, was you?
Yes, it was me.
What? What?
The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. We had to break for a 10-minute recess. Alright. Save point, and I'm gonna continue because we've only been streaming for less than 3 hours. I think we can finish this chapter today. Okay. So where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Misham who was killed wasn't Drew Misham the forger, basically. Huh? Well, then who was he? Well, he was actually doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries? Yes. For Father. I know it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day, Father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only painting for me. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything? Father was so proud, and I was so happy. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, Father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then? I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was... Mr. Justice, it's time. To the courtroom, please. Right. I have time. Wait, there, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in a studio. I painted those as part of my work. Hey, what's up? Right, see, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice? Yes? Father, he knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father? He was watching, gathering information. All about the right and co-law offices. But lately, we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed your legal business, how pleased he was. Who is Mr. Misham? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I'd say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? I guess we're about to find out. I was gonna check something, but I forgot what I was going to check. Alright.
Court is now back in session.
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us how it all worked. How did you set up this True Mission Forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would.
Did you really make those detestable forgeries?
Perhaps you'd rather answer my question. Were you the one that painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it.
So she was the one who made the forgeries?
Yet she did not wish to reveal the truth of your operation. So the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have died. Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes, it was in the desk drawer.
Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope.
I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work that was other than the painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received a stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio.
There certainly was much of great interest in your testimony.
Not that the witness realizes it.
Very well, please begin the cross-examination.
Right, okay. I need more information about this forger, this True Mission. God, I have to wait for her to finish drawing that.
You had no idea how much danger you were in.
Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes? It was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you would be so kind as to continue your testimony. Bro, the midget... I don't know. Oh! My favorite magicians! Hold up. I love mysterious things. Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch.
I see. Still, I have to wonder. Why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter?
Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Troop Grammary.
But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin?
Grammary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please, tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask what? No, answer the question. Did he say? I don't know what he said after that.
Prosecutor Gavin? You're usually not the one whose volume concerns me.
Yes, it is unbecoming of me, I apologize, but I must know. Please, Miss Bishop, tell me. It was a book. A single page in a book. A book? Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book. Like a diary. No, I don't know. Dude, for a second I thought we were gonna play it Clavier's point of view. What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Misham, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? But Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, hasn't he? Your soiled, sullied mentor. Nothing? Sullied? Who? Phoenix, right. Who else? Daddy? He never told you about the trial 7 years ago? About how he came to lose his attorney's badge? There was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? A certain diary. On the back, it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Backstory time. I think it's backstory time. Phoenix Wright, tossed out of the profession by false evidence. And the forger who made that evidence... Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in the trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Mission, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes. Who was it? We only met once. You met the client? Well, who was it? It was... What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something about me? I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book. The diary. Who was it? Vera! the full... And she's dead. Or unconscious. A troquinine! What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Misham. Vera Misham was during the trial poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. Whoa, it's playing the old trial music! Yo, I'm getting nostalgia, bro. What? The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. Phoenix! Phoenix! In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. Oh, is that Clavier? And that is where we must go. Oh, and a little trucy to find the whole truth. Yo, what the heck is going on? What is going on? Showdown time. This is just the first cuts. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time, and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. Well, it seems I found the partner I've been looking for all along. Over a game of cards? Why, yes, over a game of cards. What the heck? Why is Phoenix... That was how we first met, 7 years ago. Now Phoenix is talking? 7 years earlier, Phoenix Wright's final trial. Oh, are we gonna play as Phoenix? Are we gonna play as Phoenix? This is sick. Okay, and it's playing the. Oh my god, dude! This game is so good. This game is so good. It's been a long time since I felt like such a rookie. Gotta try and relax. Ah, good morning, Mr. Enigma. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I'm asking the impossible here. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Actually, it wasn't, trust me. Morning, Daddy. Oh, I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I'm fine as always. This old boy's here to help me after all. That's a young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks, my first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck she talking about? Oh, old boy, huh? Me? Get started. Here. What's this? I don't know, I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this, a memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it, somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy here. Ah, an easy win then, yes? They're calling him a thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it's a difficult situation to put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes? They will not be able to pronounce me guilty today. So do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. Ha 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 ha. I see you do not understand. You see, it will be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I'm in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shady Enigma, known to the world as Zach Gramarye. Ooh, Zach Gramarye? A well-popular magician, star of Troupe Gramarye. Wait, Shady? Wait. Where have I met Shady before? Shady? I think Shady was in the first case. His mentor, Magnific Gramarye, was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead. And Zach Gramarye is the suspect. Dude, are they gonna play the music from the first game? This is so sick. And they have the old courtroom too! Oh my god.
Court is now in session for the trial of Shady Enigma.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is the prosecution ready?
I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really.
Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new kind of crime?
One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? Gaviner's concerts got 10 times the thrill this kid's got.
Who were you again?
Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started. Legally, yeah?
Gavin, defense attorney Christoph Gavins?
Figures my bro is more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin. Lead singer for the mega hit band The Gaviners. You're out of your league, rock boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, rock boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight, but that's just a hobby to me compared to this, yo. Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro-rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up. You're attorney, right?
Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case.
Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. Hit it! Yo, Detective Gumshoe! Gumshoe! And you are?
Hey, we're the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe.
I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see.
Hey, you!
Huh? Me? Today's the day, pal. Today I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Air detective, this is my stage. Candy antics. Huh? All this hey youing and such, and I could care less about your history together.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe, if you would. Please tell us about the case at hand.
It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam! Lights out. Them's the facts.
Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Gremery, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were.
Ah, yes, the great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you'd be lucky to get a blank stare.
Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Gremery has made quite a name for themselves.
Anyway, the retired Magnifique's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A malignant or a tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah.
A malignant tumor, perhaps?
In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact.
The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right.
The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? I like that reference. Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes? In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes, cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life.
I believe the question before us has cleared then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had?
Very well, Detective. Perhaps you could enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting.
Yes, sir.
Are you gonna play the testimony music? This is the best game in the series. This is literally the best game in the series. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it. And the pistol definitely belongs to the old man, sir.
What? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting?
Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question.
Very unusual indeed. Although could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger, I wonder?
I believe the answer to that question can be found at the end of the letter.
You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir.
One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil is in the details, there, attorney.
Well, was there some reason?
As it turns out, there was. Every night for a half hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Gremery, was given an IV. An IV? There it is in the picture, off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time to compete without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV.
Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would.
What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me. Dude, I miss Phoenix's voice so much. Man, the only thing that's missing right now is Maya, but I don't know where she is. Wait, actually, she might be in Crime Village or something. I don't know. Oh, wait, there's a thing on that clown plushie. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me.
Yes?
What does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes.
Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead.
Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice here. What, you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes.
The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright. If he didn't shoot the victim's forehead, what did the defendant shoot? Take that! The clown doll?
Take a closer look, see? It's been shot in the forehead too.
Oh, there's a hole in its forehead.
Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim. And I suppose you have a reason as to why he'd shoot the clown doll? He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead? Let's read the orders once more, shall we? He will shoot one shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead.
The defense has raised an intriguing possibility, that hole in the clown's forehead. It definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
I admit, I'm impressed. I'd expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim. Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is gonna get. That's what she said. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal. Alright, wait, let's see the letter. To my beloved student Zach, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:05 p.m., I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in his forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Oh, but it only fired one shot. Oh wait, I have to present the gun, I think. I got it though. So what if he shot the clown, he still shot the victim? The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed a bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and did nothing of the sort to the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon? How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too. The objection music. I love this game so much. That's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If he claimed the defendant had one already, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. You know, this party's just getting started. And I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales. And utter lack of humility.
What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared.
Like I said, your detective was just a warm-up act. Not that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come. They're ready. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who you will find can prove one thing for us. That it was Zach Gramry who shot the victim in the forehead.
Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess.
This might be my lucky break. I only got 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach.
Court is adjourned. Dude, this game is so freaking good. I don't know if it's because I'm blinded by nostalgia or... I think it's a combination of both. I wish I could talk to someone about this right now. That knows about Ace Attorney. Oh my gosh. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I'd have to say, I expected nothing less.
We've only just begun. I was hoping you could tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you, better than you discovered the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know. I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? Oh, the way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You've seen the problem yourself, the letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I cannot deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say, for now at least. What's this for now business? I've done many things in my life, some well, some poorly, but this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We? You wanted to know about the night of the incident? Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time. I found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2? Yes, the one I used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valent. Oh, for the Zack and Valent's quick draw thing. Valent. My mentor had the look of one sleeping. I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there was a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other reasons you couldn't refuse before? To be honest, I've not always been steadfast, and my fear have brought pain upon Trucy. Was Maggie coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in True Grammary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it into my pocket. In your pocket? I believe if you examine a bullet in the clown's head, you will find it to be different than the one of my mentor. What were those called? Rifling marks. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you. Concerning the case. Concerning the case? You mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks.
Yes, there's something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifique Grammary? The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. We had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. What did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grimley, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is questioned in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Yeah, the story is so good. The soundtrack is good. Like, the game as a whole is just good. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks? There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find a weapon type machines the murder weapon matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. Your decisive witness? How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Oh, don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, he is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grammary's famous duo, Zack and Valent. Valent's Grammary. So we get to meet the great Magnafique's other disciple. Oh, he looks younger. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valent Grammary, magician. And you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student your partner's guilt? Fate. The grand illusion, filled with traps and tricks. Wait, the shooting took place in that hospital after 11 o'clock at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce it logically, the conclusion is yes. Okay. I miss the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. See, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Wait, that's the same letter Zack Grammary received. Yes, or perhaps I should say, ta-da! Order, order, order! And what does it say? Surely not the same thing? Perhaps you should see for yourself. 13, 11, 20? Wait. The court accepts its evidence. Bro, I already see the difference, bro. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks. What exactly was your Troop Grammary up to? By which you mean? I'm just having trouble envisioning a man who would ask the students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion here, Judge, but from these letters, I'd say he was coercing them, not asking them. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. When people are so close, they're strained. A warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zack Grammary, stands accused. Tell us why. I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you that the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the 2 bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnafique requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions, yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime? Indeed, I would think. This fact alone would declare my name a suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zack Grammary, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zack Grammary, then the killer was you, Valent.
And no disappearing act will get you out of that. It is forbidden for a lawyer to have a good imagination. According to the defendant, Zach Gramery, when he entered the room, there were 2 pistols on that table.
2?
One of the pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, that is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valance told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valance. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. Mr. Valance, if you fired this pistol, Then you shot the victim in the forehead.
Order, order, order! Well, this is all rather sudden.
What have I done? Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. Sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that 2 of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them. But that's not what you told us before. You said you verified the murder weapon. Which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young, and I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant only admitted he took 1 pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now.
Balance Gremory?
Yes, Your Honor. You're represented to this court as this decisive witness, but he's proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next.
Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin?
When Mr. Vaughn entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, air rights, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it.
Very well, the witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what.
After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10 p.m. And the one in the room at the time was my partner, not me.
Those times are rather close, you have to admit. We're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi.
It's easy to explain in this situation there, Judge. For example, take our debut hit single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result's the same. Your debut single was only 2 minutes and 50 seconds long? What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus requires admirable focus. And in the time of death determined by the doctor, there is an incontrovertible truth.
Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision.
I'll hope the defendant refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we break focus this case so clearly demands.
Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright.
Carry on, Wright. Hold on, I need to check something. Wait, average. Oh, right. That's gonna be very useful evidence. bust. What was it? 2-3? I think it was 2-3. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, also, I'm feeling a little bit tired right now, so I'm still gonna play the game, but I'm not gonna be doing any more of my beautiful voice acting, unfortunately. So, you might still hear me gushing about the game, but you're not gonna hear me do any voice lines. Sorry about that. all your bases belong to us. Yeah, that was great. Ace Attorney Phoenix, right? That's the name of the game! In reverse! Yellow liquid. Oh, dude, I thought my game froze or something. He had his fist on that wall for a pretty long time. I promise. Who is it? Hmm? Is that Drew? Yo, it's Drew Misham. Nani? That's the forged evidence? Or he just dipped. he just dipped. He was about to get the guilty verdict and he's just like, see ya. Oh, I forgot we were playing Apollo Justice. Oh. Dude, what the heck is going on? What it is? Huh? What is this? Is this some Dude, this is so weird. Are we gonna do some time travel shenanigans or something? 5D Ace Attorney with interdimensional time travel. Dude, what is going on? Okay, I've been streaming for a very long time, and I did not expect this chapter to take up so much, time, because I feel like I am barely finished with this chapter at all. So, so, I'm not gonna end it here, but I will end it, like, in a few minutes, like, after, the exposition, I guess you could say. What? Meekins? He's back? What is this game, dude? He had a girlfriend? Okay, anyway, okay. Wait, I don't know how long this section is, if I can afford to stream it for a little more, but I think you guys are a bit tired now. I think I can do a little more. Until, like, it reaches just 5 hours, then I'll stop. No, 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 no. Psyche locks, they're back. Oh my god, Psyche locks, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, you can do it from there, from talk now? Huh. That's interesting. In a state of not talking. Oh. Wait. Oh. Oh, never mind, I got it. I got confused because normally, like, when you present the right thing, it stops the music, so... I was like, I got it wrong? Or maybe, like... Actually, it stops the music either way, doesn't it? Or... I don't really know anymore. It's been a long time since I've dealt with Psyche locks. Okay, wait, I didn't really pay attention to what he said. Oh, I don't think I... Yeah, I don't think I have that ones. Yeah, actually, I think I might stop it here. Because I'm getting tired, and I've been streaming for a very long time. And that about does it for today. Unfortunately, I was not able to complete the 4th chapter today, but I think I'm into it now, like pretty far into it now. So hopefully, I think the next stream for sure, I will complete the final chapter. I hope. I really want to complete this game because it's so good. What else would I want to say? I mean, actually, like, if I don't have a lot of homework tomorrow's a free day for me, right? So if I don't have a lot of work to do tomorrow, I could potentially stream tomorrow. So yeah, but no promises though. Alright. Well, I mean, in our time zone, yes, later today. Because we are very late right now. Okay, thank you for staying here for all the 4 hours. Jesus. Okay, yeah. Almost 2:30. And I think it's about time we both head to bed. So, with that being said, I'll see you guys later. In the next stream, we'll hopefully complete Chapter 4.